People, good evening. We killed the sire. West. And I'm up to finish Heinrix quest. Will I do the Grim Dark challenge? No. No. I won't. It's only on daring and I just don't have time to play that often. Frozen, thanks for the 46 months. People, good evening again. Intravenous still okay. Let's see what it is. Interesting. But as I said, it looks interesting. We'll see. good, Transistor, all good. How are you doing? She keeps on equipping the heavy bolter whenever she gets injured. Inflicts a random trauma. As always, we start with leveling and with clearing up inventory. Today, we're doing Heinrix quest. We're gonna do Footfall with Incendia Chorda. And maybe some companion quests as well. With this shit.
Not my specialty.
Up. Oh, we got this as well. A monstrous storm. The fate of Janus is decided. Xenos are exterminated. Plasticity plate. The best. Gum. All allies' perception and armor penetration. May metal never betray the master whose deeds please the Omniscient. Allies attacks ignore 10% armor, 4 deflection of part machine, and necrons. Part machine, necron creatures deal 10% less damage to the rogue trader and the allies. I believe it's gonna be Blessing of the Data Angels. %, minimum damage to ranged attacks, and the other one is Psi rating increased by 1. This is the entire team benefit. Plus we get Triumph and Fury, and 20k with Explorators. Sky Barrier it is. Divided by 10% critical hit chance. for Imperium to have it. Awareness critical. Okay, Kazbalik. I need phlogiston. Plus it gives Imperial Navy. A Jane Stealer cult was behind the rebellion. Wolf, our plan will do as the Emperor Angel said, let us crush the infected sectors from the orbit. Wielder gains critical hit chance against Xenos. What about the others? Well done. Give your sword to Knock Knock. What are you doing? Like with Kukris. I think he was with Kukris, yeah? You're gonna take it phylactery no matter what. I don't know, I guess it's something that people do on Twitch. You gotta realize I'm close to 40. I don't do that stuff though. Events, memes, whatever the fuck youngsters call them these days. I just don't do that shit. And I don't have time to do that shit. And those commands and bots and everything that goes with technology advancement, I detest it, to be honest. Where were we, Dargonus? Seems like it's the same no matter what you do. Seems like. Gene Stealer Cult. The Omnisci. Nah. Shit, look at Ladheim now. $98.5, 90.20. Under the 90 protection on each sector. Medium range, dorsal, 4 shots, 21. When it hits the hull, 75% resistant fire. From 3 to 4 rounds. Instead of dorsal lance, 52 to 60 medium range. Start fire, 84. Fifteen speed, low acceleration and brake, 13. We go with 15. Targeting data. 98.5, 90.20. I'll take 90.20. For now. Need the starboard. Damn it. We got a bunch of new items again. When you fail a demolition test, immediately reroll using agility instead of demolition. Extra damage on Drukhari. Ignore cover efficiency. Push attacks taking 10% damage. Auto pass coercion. Need agility above 70 and she gains 15 to dodge. Immune to burn, toxin and bleed. Oh, that's Marajai. Slightly better. Oops. additional shove attack. Crit against Xenos. Sorry. Let's level up. Check the journal. See if there's anything new. The best character build in my opinion under the current patch. Everything is valid. We can debate for hours what's the best. Everything is great. There are, you know, classes that are weaker at the start, solid at the mid-game, extremely OP at the end game, then there's vice versa, extremely OP early game, then mid, then they fall off at the late game. That's why you switch non-stop between companions. And then there's like 5 or 6 builds that are extremely OP from start to finish. Damage wise, it's definitely Pyromancer. Extremely OP from the get-go, all the way until the end, scales like crazy, has great items for willpower to scale up the damage and so on. That you can't get wrong, okay, with a Pyromancer. Flat, mage-like, Psyker, Pyromancer, with a Pyromancer staff. All items go into willpower, 1 trinket so you can't get one-shotted, or better to say, to protect you from that. That's one way. The other way is any type of flat officer, extremely strong from start to finish. Now there is a difference whether you play squishy officer or a tanky officer. The best possible way is to play like I played on my pre-release run, with a tanky officer. Not shooting officers out, tanky fucking officer, okay? Like a brute that cannot die. Why? You keep giving extra turns to everyone around you, you get huge heavy armor protection on you, okay, with big toughness and so on. With reworked talents, you raise HP bar to like 3, 4, 500, and you just cannot die. While keep giving buffs and everything, keeping your team alive. That's the best option, extremely strong from start to finish. So Pyro, and I would always say tanky officer before squishy officer. Or you can play straight up some Biomancer operative, bounty hunter with a trap. That's a boss killer, basically. Analyze, weak enemies, okay. Buff allies with Biomancy as well. That's very strong from start to finish. Melee builds are very strange. At the start of the game, tankiness is good, you lack damage on a melee. Then mid-game, tankiness is bad, you deal solid damage with a melee. Late game, tankiness is huge, but you just can't deal enough damage to mega late bosses. without the classic support from allies to reduce their armor, to reduce dodge, to get the correct talents, to ignore deflection on bosses, because bosses hit a lot of deflection. So I would not say that melees are the best build in a game. They're fun, but they're not the best. No matter what class you pick. Is it warrior, new archetypes, or whatever. And I don't know what else remains. To play as a classic sniper and so on, I believe it's boring. But it's valid. As far as the builds go, all of the builds of this run will be on my YouTube channel, updated for colonies, for ship upgrades, for ship combat, for maps, for companions, all builds, gear, items, leveling, as well as the main character. Everything is gonna be on the channel once I'm done with the run. Dante, how are you doing, Dante? You complain on inflation, Transistor, do you? Did it arrive in Germany finally? I live under inflation my entire life, man. You get used to it after like 40 years or so. You really get used to it. As far as Discord goes, for those that want to join, I'll put it on a community tab. Once I'm done with the stream, I'll put it on community tab and you can join. You want Deutschmarks back in the next life. If Germany exists in the next life. vagina. Focus not to do something stupid right now. A lot of companions. Ulfar. Ulfar is crazy good right now. Crazy good. From the worst companion in the game to, I would say, the third best companion right now. After Cassia and Pascal. It's a dead race between Argenta and Ulfar. And prepare him for power armor. Aye. I'm gonna prepare him for power armor. Let's do it like that. It says heavy armor, not power armor. Because power armor counts as heavy. It just says power. It doesn't count as heavy. Power is power. The light, medium, heavy, and power. What I do with you, Cassia? We got all. Under 35 willpower. Let's do the Heinrix quest now. What I think about the Chaos Marine companion? I don't know, I'll never know. I need to play as a heretic. He is probably better. I guess they did something with him, but I don't know. I really don't know. As I said, I believe Ulfar right now is the third strongest companion in the game, after Pascal and Cassia.
The whispers sound distant. The future is uncertain.
God.
Unleash our vengeful salvo! Fire the lance batteries. Lay in the course. Fire right now!
Thanks for the follow. That ain't OP at all.
Another salvo! This one's going down. Annihilate them! The time has come. Torpedoes locked.
will be with anyone who stands.
A worthy deed!
We're here for Heinrix quest. So, you asked about Ulfar. I'll show you Ulfar now. Now to figure out who I want to go with. I need some high mobility team. Kibellah is mobile. I like demolition, do I? That's some. There's gonna be traps. Whatever. Argental. So you can check out Ulfar. I will take Argenta, I guess, instead of Ulfar in this case, but whatever. We should be fine.
None shall stand in my
You
way.
do not have to hide the ashy shadows of loneliness behind swirls of bright colors, Ulfar.
I respect your gift, Guide to the Soul Sea. But you should save your sorcery for someone else.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The machine god grunts the inside.
Skill checks are also all fixed. I was talking for days about what's fixed and what not. I'll make some separate videos and talk about the game once I'm done with it. Thomas, your English is completely fine, man. What are you sorry for? You're completely fine. Heinrix.
Suits my purposes. Already done. Not a problem for me.
If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. if I may.
So shall it be. Ah! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father! The fame-hungry come! I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
Emperor, give me strength.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline!
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? As duty demands. Another fur painted black. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm afraid not.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
I hunger for battle. Come, Splinter! The wolf is on the hunt. So shall it be. Wolves reign! Carve runes out of your bow!
How do you like Ulfar compared to the previous versions in the game? What do you say about Ulfar now? It's got everything. Crowd control, burst, melee, double charge, extra movement points, bombs, tankiness, tanky as fuck, huge health pool, amazing stats. He actually feels like a space marine. He can parry. He is a real space marine right now, okay? Like really, really good.
Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do, nothing of value has been lost!
Explorers know one route. Forward. Running binary code line. The Messiah condemns you.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Momentum.
1 round fight back. What the fuck? What on earth?
Me? If you
What are you
insist,
doing
Lord
down
Captain.
there?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
You bitch.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
Already done.
Missed on 95. What the fuck?
The shadows will see it done, as the tenets demand. I shall not fail. Trust me.
Kibellah like a freaking maniac.
As honor ordained, my blade whispers your name. The undying emperor
That waltz.
whispers his will. Caught by the web. Let your soul
What the
be
fuck?
purged.
She's gonna hit forever.
Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged. Killing brings me no pleasure.
That was overkill.
Victory awaits.
Now, what's also great for the game, I mean, I plan to speak about everything in videos, but I'll say it in short. What's great for the game is that every single companion is valid, every archetype is valid, every class is valid, everyone is fun to play with. If I took here, for example, I don't know, Argenta, Abelard, who remains, Jae, Irliet, Marajai, it would also be fun to play. They're all so powerful for every single fight. And then you end up with picking who you like more instead of who's the most OP. That's a great thing for the game. What's bad for the game is the completely ruined balance of the main campaign. It has to be like 200% harder. Or as hard as the DLC is. Void Shadows is great, okay? The only battle where I actually lost 4 and 1 was in the fight with the Sire yesterday. And that's the only fight where I got 4 traumas. Everything else was a stump so far. So the game needs to be balanced out. Aside from that, it's bug free, smooth, it looks better, plays better, has more content. Everything is fixed, colonies, ship upgrades, itemization, everything. There is not a single segment that's not actually fixed. Good evening, Jamin, good evening.
Centuries of service and practice.
Follow my lead.
Damn it! It's a Vox liturgy twisted by warp sorcery. Try not to listen too closely.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, by far, Alket makes the best CRPGs in the last... Not right now, in the last... 5 years, I say.
As it should be.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Taunt and scream.
Save your jests about fur, fleas, and marked territory. I heard enough of them back on Fenris.
Stop! There!
None shall stand in my way.
Thanks for the follow. This is gonna be a messy fight. Bunch of mandrakes.
Smite the Xenos!
Thanks for the follow. Thanks, people.
All too easy. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. I'll pass. Suits my purposes. Already done. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
High momentum.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Step aside. The navigator is coming. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
My time is now.
I'm not not accustomed to being ordered around. Try to die with grace, at least. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Another foe painted black. I have read tomes of military tactics. In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
Death comes in silence. Trust me, as honor ordains. Trust me. This goes against the tenets. I shall not fail. Caught by the web.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I need a foothold.
The Omnissiah function successfully terminated.
If I may. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
A dance of blades and shadows.
Skytia, my Keramite hide is strong! None can do this better than a warrior of the Orc! Die in disgrace! I don't like that. Our foes reek of cowardice. See how the wolves succeed! So it shall be. Wolves reign.
Everyone, step aside. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
I cooked him.
I won't object to it.
I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! I challenge you, Duncan. When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed.
Shitting on a corpse.
Predator does not become prey.
I won't do that. I feel the power surging. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Holy terror! Smite your enemies!
Quite solid damage even. As I said, everyone is valid.
The Inquisition.
Look at him, he even hurts with a staff.
I won't object to. More trouble than it's worth.
This is all around great damage on everything. Builder fine,
Holy terror!
but
Smite
they
your
fixed
enemies.
everything. They really fixed all.
My faith strengthens me.
He finally died. Poor Mandrake. Heinrix quest is
It's
done.
about time.
We go for Shorda on football. Guess that should be next. There is also that thing where we can wander around. There is also Jai on football. I forgot about Jai. Bunch of stuff to do basically. But this was a stump. Compared to yesterday, it was a stump. DLC is harder.
A
It's
new
just harder.
challenge for me.
How old will you be, Dante, in 3 years from now? I'm gonna be exactly 40. Is Marajai valid? Yeah, Marajai is also very valid. He's a nimble assassin now. With multiple attacks per round. He bleeds, enemies bleed. And then he scales up. Holy shit, Dante, you're gonna be 50! How you feel as a 50-year-old? Better than most is better than to give up, I guess. Yeah, that's the most important thing.
Lord Captain, I thank you for your assistance with my mission. It is... Emelina used the I will remain part of your retinue? That will not...
Before we go on football, I'll see to trade a bit. See if I can get a power armor or something like that. Oh, here we go. I think we need Prometheum. People for Prometheum. Yeah. Provisions for Prometheum. Yeah. Chemicals for plasteel. Weapons for provisions. Chemicals for plasteel. And what is this? We're close by. Warning. Several ships vanish in Litorbium Maledict. Till Litorbium Maledicta then. Cassia's quest. It's not. Yava Gava. DLC. When you destroy the creature the mutants called the Sire, I felt it was my duty to investigate how the abomination had found its way onto our ship. Digging through old inventories and archives of trade transactions, I lashed onto a single name, Finger of Sorrow. More than 2 centuries ago, the drifting hulk of this vessel was discovered by Lady Theodora's predecessor. It was a last merchant ship with a hold full of cargo. I was reminded of 3 sorrowful phalanges mentioned by the twisted creatures. I dare theorize that this image harkens back the name of the ship woven into heretics' beliefs. 1/3 of the goods taken from the Finger of Sorrow were sold to the Drusian mission on footfall for the needs of colonization arc, the wasteland wayfarer bound for the world of Jezebel. 1/3 was taken to Hive Scipion on Dargonus, where a mutiny broke out later, and the final 1/3 was left on the flagship. Surely you can see where I'm going with this. Centuries later, a cult of mutants emerged in every single location the shipments were delivered. Where did the Finger of Sorrow come from? It arrived in the Expanse from somewhere in the Calixis. More precise information may be contained in the dead vessel log. I do not have it in my possession. What do you think these 3 sorrowful phalanges represent? I assume they symbolize the 3 branches of the cult, the Nourishers, the Ravenous Star, and the unnamed cult from Scipion. At least I pray to the Emperor that are the only 3. So you wanna tell me that Von Valancius' dynasty has been transporting genetic aberrations across the Expanse? Purely out of ignorance, the creatures probably lurked in the cargo and no one discovered them. Or perhaps we know these things can take over minds. They could have dominated anyone who stumbled upon their nest. I wish to locate the wreck and investigate. Coordinates have already been entered into the logbook. Inspect the wreck of the Finger of Sorrow. That's the DLC, it's not ended. Gene Stealer Cult. Quest Less Insect Tumor. Kibellah Gamma begin a new stage of development. Payment in organs. Give me 1 minute. Payment in organs. You can use heroic act regardless of momentum, without spending momentum. You solve a puzzle with 167 penalty on logic. If you solve a puzzle, you immediately gain ulti. Make a signal run or the 5T torpedo speed. Yeah, go with torpedo, but it needs to work. Nice. Nice. 21 weapons. Triumph and Fury. Macro cannons, 5 shot, 30 damage, 150. Explorators. The multi-force is life. We go with Prometheum. Go. 427, 530. Litorbium Maledict. Kibellah has been apprehended by enforcers at the scene of crime. Eyewitnesses of her assault and killed the esteemed Chirurgeon Majoris. She confessed to the murder. Penalty for murdering a senior officer is death. Kibellah is tormented. Kibellah on trial. Marajai making mess in a ship again. We got Marajai and Kibellah on the ship. You can't see it entirely. It's just there when I create YouTube videos. You have it on my YouTube channel. I forgot what video I released for that. Let me see. Quickly. I'll send a link now. My wife gave me that. The entire thing is behind me on a video. Marajai.
Rogue trader. I have some recollection. What is it to you? It was the mandrakes that I used to get to before. Creatures from the depths of Kibellah. They thought they could ambush me here on this barge of yours. I taught them a painful lesson. I carved the symbol of Azuriesh on one's throat and hurled it back into the shadows to serve as a message to whoever dares to come for me the next time.
She wants to paint it as well. And the big W, Shimona makes it golden. We'll see.
If they come calling again, they'll be given the same welcome that I gave them before. Then
With Kibellah on trial. I need to speak with Sourbeck. Stop it. Bring Kibellah. Urgent Major is killed. They caught Kibellah. She did not resist. How do you feel, Kibellah? What did Forius like and dislike about his work? Fascinated by diseases, injuries, pathogens. And Wise requires Cater speaking for the late Forius. It was his plan. Tell me about the circumstances. No eyewitness. They just had a brief conversation. And then she beheaded. Is it true that you killed him, Kibellah? Yes, it was me. Why'd you do it? The heartless man enjoyed what he did. His work should have been a holy mission of service. The pain of thousands should have been a solemn sacrifice. Yet he derived pleasure from it. It was repulsive. The Undying One never whispered his name. I myself decided to sever his thread. So she felt like killing some servant. Why did they all take such offense? Is every corpse going to cause such a stir from now on? I tell you then like this. Why should anyone listen to little old Jai? Her colors have changed. The scarlet and the gold are drowning in rage of muddled crimson, the misty blues of sorrow and impenetrable greens of doubt. These shades are all in conflict, melding together in a frantic tapestry. You walked a narrow dark path across a yawning abyss. It's a small wonder that you stumbled. This soul already mangled by bloody and frightening service is fractured further still. Can it still be saved? Let's hear from the victims represented. This man did more, maimed them, tortured them, killed them slowly and observed. They were touched by the corruption. Whom did laborious torture. Unimportant people, common people, doomed people. That's the one that saved our ass at the start of the game. Your verdict. Kibellah. Oh! She is not subject to ordinary justice. She serves the Emperor through death, and as such cannot be convicted for her death. It cannot be put on trial. He had the right to judge a spinner of death. He can judge his ear. You have strayed from the thread. You doomed the tenets of the Bloodspun web to oblivion. For Asari and for me, not for you, for I am compelled to usher my apprentice soul to the other side before it's my own time to go. Why you come here, Vizier? Take the one who no longer sees the tenets, to give her to him. She's dangerous, to pacify her forever. Such is my duty, and so it must be. Did he whisper my name to you? I do not believe you meant to. I'm loyal to him. He must be confused and misread his signs. What is happening to her? She's not herself. The second spinner is in the throes of a spiritual ailment that we call doubt. This most terrible ailment, though harmless to lay folk, is deadly to us, for a doubtful spinner will stray from their destined thread and into bloodthirsty madness. Doubt brings them to undying one before their time. Our service is demanding. It requires clarity and a sense of purpose that she no longer possesses. Long have I sensed the seeds of anxiety in her, but I hope her reason will prove stronger and prevail. Alas, now I see the mark of despondence on her. Alas, I know that I'm not mistaken. There must be a way to help her. How will one heal the soul of another domin? She's fighting a losing battle inside her mind. One she has all but lost. We cannot enter her mind, we cannot reach out. Although you put a thread binds the domin and his shadow together, a rare thread, a shared thread. Will the connection be enough for your souls to enter into harmony? I must attempt to save her at the very least. Then seek, steward of souls, enter Kibellah's mind. An artisan who will put you both in psychic trance, allowing your minds to become one. You have a chapel full of Astrophat's domain. One of them will surely do you that service. See that their guidance is strong, for inside her soul you will encounter monsters. A doubt-ridden mind is a dangerous place. To the Astropath's chapel now.
Take heed, Nemo.
DLC gave a lot of new content. A lot. The already big campaign. You have additional like 20 hours or so in all acts.
I won't tolerate weakness.
You are authorized.
Zachary, how are you, ghost wise? The mistakes of the past no longer haunt me. Can you put me in trance with Kibellah? Synchronized trance is a complex telepathic practice. Things can go awry unless both participants trust each other and have a strong spiritual connection. However, I can sense that you do. I would be honored to be your guide during the ritual, Lord Captain. Remember, it's easy to get lost in another person's thoughts and the fears of others' house monsters. Put us in a trance. I will stay in a chapel to hold a vigil in prayer. May the Emperor help you return this last soul to the righteous path. May the God Emperor aid you. A shackled mind cannot comprehend the wisdom contained herein. Therefore repeat, he is death. Release your breath with each word. Cleanse your thoughts, he is death. Truth lies in death. Free your soul from the body's cage. Become nothing, he is death. Now that your heartbeat is perfect line and your vision is shrouded in dusk, you will almost reach a state of purity and balance. Heed. No human will see death before their time. That is the delusion of the living. Heed, to which we say a strong spirit can travel there and make the journey back. Heed the tale of the great Domin, who descended into the kingdom of death to retrieve his shadow. The Book of the Dead. He is death. Birth and death are one. We're snatched from a place of warmth and sent blood-covered into an unfamiliar world. Dying is the same. The Damin too learned this as he opened his eye and found himself on the lower decks, lying in a cold coffin. He beheld his ship drifting to nothingness, and with a melting giant's corpse, a skeleton moaning from the winds of Enter. A tempest of rust was gnawing at its blustial bones and twisting its vein like cables, while machine oil oozed down its bulkheads like lymph. Had the Domin been alone, he would have lost his way inside the ship's mangled bowels, but a guide reached out a hand to him. The spirit of old Benny Zachary had loyally followed the Domin to the other side. Banished the monster with a fervent prayer to the Emperor. The beast prostrated itself and began to tear its own body apart, for words of true fate pacify even the worst of evils with a sense of shame and self-loathing. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Domin's hand. It was the God Emperor, and the first doubt was dispelled. He is dead. Zachary led the Domin out of the hot furnace of the crematorium, and they walked past long columns of the dead. Prayed was their attire. Their bones scraped against their augmetics and scratched their decrepit flesh. They were moaning sorrowfully, and the sound made memory fade away. The Damin saw that the dead were carrying an ark, and inside the ark was a thing, a lost child cocooned in silk, shedding crimson tears for the unknown. The unliving carried her as servants would carry their lady, and loudly lamented their fate. Such is a blade, mired in broodings over a lost past, a helpless child paralyzed by regret. Lest he sink to the soft rot of their veils and perish the domain. Skill checks are easy. Spoke gently to the lost child. The lost child's tears were dried, and with a meek sigh she returned to nothingness, for mercy too can be the blade that brings peace. And a card of his tarot appeared in Domin's hand. It was the star, and the second doubt was dispelled. He is dead. And the old Venny led the Domin to the upper decks. The Domin entered into the officers' chambers. A web of veins adorned the walls, entangling the precious trophies, and statues were bound in intertwining sinews. High up on a balcony, the dismembered judge wailed as he attempted to reassemble himself with his pale hands. His movements merely tightened the tangle of the flesh, turning the chambers into a snare. Such is a blade tangled and trapped in misunderstood teachings. A helpless creature that does not know its place in the world. In order to continue on his journey, the domain studied the tangle of flesh for secret signs that will show him the way. And the domain read the words and spoke them, and the judge's body began to rebuild itself to a new design, as beautiful as it was terrifying. For nothing is impossible when a soul grasped the hidden wisdom. A card of his tarot appeared in Domin's hand. It was a rogue trader. And the third doubt was dispelled. He is dead. The flagship bridge was draped in skulls and webs, and pale souls of the dead flocked to the foot of the throne, upon which sat the undying emperor. The protector of mankind, may his praises be innumerable. Starlight shone coldly in the eyes of his skull, and the galaxy rested in his mighty hand. The Damin approached his throne, went down on a knee offering a prayer, greeted him with pride and dignity, spoke brazenly, demanded that he vacate the throne belonging to the Domin. Went down on a knee offering a prayer. The Undying One heeded the words spoken to him and lowered his brow of the bone, acknowledging that he had heard the prayer, as he had heard the Damin other prayers before. Then the Undying One spoke, and these words are to be preserved in your heart as the greatest of prayers, for they sprang from a source that was and is the holiest of all things. I know you, Domin, I know your heart, and the fervent faith that dwells within it. I know your readiness to serve me, and I accept it. Your spirit has been weighed and found worthy. The Undying Emperor, may his praises be innumerable, said no more. It was the Damin's turn to speak. And speak the Damin did, saying that he had come to find his shadow and rescue her. The skeletal fingers stirred, and the Damin's shadow loomed out of the darkness beside his throne. She was bound in black chains and asleep. The Undying One was silent. Now was the time to offer a payment, as death would give nothing away without payment in return, and Damin promised the Undying One himself and his soul, the life of any calling themselves an enemy of the Undying One. He would honor him with sacrifice of myriad lives. Despairing from ruthless execution, he surrendered to Damin's shadow at once. There is no dogma. Yeah, there is only iconoclast and hereticus. No dogmatic. The life of any calling themselves an enemy of the Undying One. The Undying One left, for all his enemies were but dust compared to him. Then the Undying Emperor leaned over the dummy and drove a skeletal finger right into his heart. He pulled at the scarlet thread of his soul, and then the thread trembled, stretched to the limit. It was then that a revelation came to the dummy. A life must be paid for life, and a name was revealed to him, Naki Arbis. That was the life of the Undying One demanded as payment. Agreed to the price. An oath of blood was sworn, and the chains fell from Domin's shadow. Yet she remained silent and motionless, for she saw no sense in leaving the halls of death, to which the Domin told her. That her duty to the Undying One and the Domin had not yet been fulfilled. And there was clarity in Shadow's soul, and her eyes opened, her doubt was banished, and she glimpsed the truth in her lord's words, that her woes stemmed from her wavering faith, and that the Shadow must return to the thread of the web in order to do his bidding. He is dead. The Domin and his shadow left the bridge of the Undying Emperor, may his praises be innumerable, and their path was strewn with his tarot cards. Among them, the Domin saw the card of the Executioner, who carries out sentences and brings a violent end to that which he did not begin. Among them, the Domin saw the card of the Lost Child, who was torn from her roots and her support, but carries beneath her the still hidden seeds of a promise to recover them someday. Among them, the Domin saw the card of the Judge, who waits and separates guilt from innocence and passes his verdict. And they descended into the lower base, lay down in stone coffin, and closed their eyes, and Domin heard the Undying Emperor's voice promising they would meet again, and soon. And thereupon, their journey ended. So it was that the Domin, having seen death before his due time, traveled there and back to bring us these tidings and wisdom. Be free of doubt as you walk along the threads of the blood-spun web, for those threads lead to him, as does all of existence. He is dead. Kibellah is back, I guess. I spoke to the Emperor. That was not the Emperor, Lord Captain, it was merely Mistress Kibellah's vision of him. A figment born out of her imagination. Alas, none among my fellows are powerful enough to bring you the voice of the protector of mankind. Look at the quartermaster. It's over. We're in the world of flesh again. One second. Ugh. Kibellah, do you remember what happened? I remember stumbling. This Naki Arbis is the payment of the Undying One demands, the price of redemption, the price of freedom. Who is the person? Where are they from? I do not know. Help me find them, Domin. Your factotum oversees archives that contain many names. Let him find the one that has spoken. I will pay the price that was set. For I know I feel with all my essence the death of Nakia Arbis is the key, the answer to my questions. If you say so.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Who should I ask now? Denrock. Funny enough, I enjoy the game a lot as well. Even though I don't know how many runs I had so far, this DLC changed the game, and I really like it. I enjoy Rogue Trader with all of those runs, which is a great thing. New DLC should come out in 2-3 months again. Gonna be a huge game. I mean, it already is a huge game. Where is Nakia Arbis? Give me some time. I found them. Arbis family are a lesser voidborn clan of the boarding profession. They served the dynasty for many generations. In the service of her ladyship Theodora, Arbis showed impeccable heroism on several occasions. Unfortunately, the clan was all but wiped out 2 decades ago during a confrontation with enemies of humanity. For their valor and sacrifice, Theodora granted the surviving members of the clan noble estate privileges and the right to settle on the Kedar undergones. It's not common for the Voidborn to settle on a planet. Gravity is merciless to the Voidborn. That does not mean they're incapable of adapting to it. Living on the capital world is a reward worth putting in the effort for. What about Nakia Arbis? It appears in reports at least a dozen different women bore it over several centuries. There is no data on any living person with that name. The head of the Arbis family will likely have more information about the past 2 decades of Dargons. Let's go to Dargons. Oh, new stuff. That bit more. I'll have the platings. Each side 9 or 12.5. We'll see. Let's see what we got. Momentum. Inevitability effect. 10 stacks of inevitability deal direct damage. Let's see. She drops a bit in health in return because of Medicare. Chance to hit targets at a range of 10 or further by 20%. I think I already have high chances of hitting targets. Oh, this is early yet. Kills a target, single range attack for the first time in combat, but immediately gains additional attack this round. With a visor. Stimulants. Cover efficiency, run and gun. Non-attacking consumable. Stimulants, medkits give versatility. Dodge against ranged. 20% dodge against enemies with perception lower than that of a wearer. Everyone should have lower perception than Cassia. 10 to dodge if not in cover. And this is 20 with perception lower. 10 to dodge. Against ranged. Idira has huge perception as well. Although this one gives agility. Heavy plasma. There's a deadly repetier. Laser. What do I wear? 24, 36, 20, 40, 30. 30% chance to gain one more attack action after a kill. Solid. Try. Dargonus for Kibellah's quest. Events around Dargonus, then straight to Footfall. We do Chorda. This is it, I guess. Mining here. This is the Lightseeker expedition void ship tasked with exploring the planets of Coronus Expanse. Vessel disappeared without a trace over 600 years ago. Telemetry shows that the decks are emptied and devoid of life with no crew detected. Sight of the ancient void ship causes a throbbing headache and inexplicable disgust. Where did it vanish for all these centuries? How did it end up here? The worried whispers of the crew are silenced by an urgent alert. The ship is rapidly changing course. While closely watching the Lightseeker maneuvers, your seneschal becomes certain the vessel is preparing to attack. Abelard has heard a lot about the bountiful worlds discovered by the void ship crew. He doubts the same brave voidsmen are at the helm now. Whatever dark powers are controlling the vessel, one thing is clear, it's a threat. The rogue trader needs to engage the unknown enemy and recapture the property of the Von Valancius dynasty. Waxmaster reports that the elders of her clan told her tales about the Lightseeker. The legendary void ship has discovered plenty of bountiful worlds where the most profitable extractiums were later installed. This vessel brought countless riches to the Von Valancius Protectorate in the past, but its sudden reappearance after 600 years of oblivion seems wrong and dangerous. Factotum Yanis Denrock confirms the Lightseeker is still a part of the Von Valancius fleet. In other circumstances, the Factotum would have insisted on reclaiming the property of the Protectorate. Who knows what had happened to the vessel during the centuries it was lost? Dark powers of the cosmos, or even the warp itself, could have corrupted the void ship. Ulfar is adamant that any void ship that has spent the past 6 centuries beyond the Veil is corrupted beyond salvation. He says it must be destroyed at once. Don't let the Lightseeker attack first, take up advantageous position and engage. We listen to Ulfar.
For the glory of the dynasty!
Seeker. Doesn't look that strong, damn it. It really doesn't look that strong.
Fire the large batteries!
Smite the enemies of humanity!
Leave their hull strewn across the stars! Unleash our vengeful salvo!
The Emperor blessed us with victory this day.
Heretic trophies. Let's see what happens if you try to communicate out of curiosity only. Unforeseen event. Establish communication. Possessed voice ship assume advantageous position. Prepare to engage. So Ulfar was right. Golden Forest. Nothing. Unforeseen event. Will I have Twitch drops later tonight? What are the Twitch drops? I know nothing about it. What are Twitch drops? Anomaly. Xeno device you discovered during the time away. They awakened the Xeno artifact. It matches the location on Langren's belt. Langren's belt. There. Why? In October. Kibellah. Breaker. Before we go to Dargonus, let's check the rumor. No, the anomaly. A lady navigator waiting on a bridge. We should speak about something. This is Cassia's quest, for sure. Now it triggered. I will do that after football. Oh my god. We're not meant to become something more. Fucking Katya in a bed and here says me plus Jai. And Kibellah waiting with a sword on a bridge. That's the triple relation. Ronin, thanks for the sub and welcome. What was I doing, damn it? Ah, we go for the rumor, then to Dragones. Solve Kibellah's quest. I think it's the unknown anomaly. Mine here. Determine if the archives contain data on any such anomalies. They're extremely rare, randomly appearing gravitational wells which connect different points in space. Where such a well leads is impossible to predict. Direct the vessel to the center of anomaly. Panic on a ship. Tech priests offer relentless prayers to the machine spirits. Finally, the void ship jumps in the cosmic tunnel with a torturous lurch. For a Tadermat second now. The fuck. Rumor completed. Recoliger's plot. What the... Why would I TP here? If it sends you to some sector you know that you've never been to, then I guess it's fine, but what the fuck am I supposed to do here? This is done years ago. We avoid the anomaly. And to Dragones. Fine, Dante, fine. You don't resolve the rumor if you don't enter. I don't care. I don't want to TP now. Yeah, you can't resolve the rumor if you don't get in. It brings us to Adermat. From there I can go to Hranach. And from Hranach to Dragones. Aye! Fuck it! I wanna erase this question mark from the map.
won't heed your cries of mercy.
This is like the easiest fight ever.
All too easy. Already done. I took time for this. Nothing I can't do. Suits my
Oh, I
purpose.
saved the crew though.
All too easy. Suits my purposes.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Already done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may, clad in scarlet.
Not a problem for me. Another clean strike. I am fear incarnate.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain, I'll paint your death in colors.
Let's see how they respond to this. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Thanks for the follow.
Running binary permanent centralization denied.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands.
Queen.
Follow my lead.
I forgot to loot. Where is out to loot? From Kibellah, let me see this one last time, but I think all is done everywhere. It looks like it. That's done. Ti Dargonos do Kibellah's quest. Then to football. We killed Shorda. Though I'm dogmatic, I should align with Shorda now. Though I stand with dogmatic. 4. Piercing resolution. Ignore armor. 5. Immune to any attacks from demons and Xenos. Cannot gain bonuses in rank 3. Now I need to focus on this. It lags them out now. It wasn't like that before. Okay. So you can have only 2 points in all branches and then 5 points into one. That's it. Reaving Tempest Maharaja. Arbis family. They will summon the rogue trader spells. Here. Arbis. Clemensha. Announce the reception is starting. I'm ready to receive the Arbis family. With that squad. Mattis, Lorna, Rona, Lumi. Officers Rendor and Zioni Arbis both make the sign of the Aquila. Reverent expressions of their battle-scarred faces. Beside them are their children, raised to love the God Emperor. They're mild-mannered by fascinated. Okay. It's a great honor for House Arbis to be invited to your palace. Voidborn's Pride. Medic increases by 28 when you kill. And it stinks. That's a good one, Kibellah. As a token of our greatest reverence, we present you this gift. May serve you faithfully. How is House Arbis faring on their guns? They almost gotten used to the gravity. A crowd that domines attention this being their first visit to the palace. They're nervous. You must give these people time. Let them get accustomed to these surroundings and to your presence. Let them wander around the hall and taste the food. We will talk each one individually. Are you finding the reception to your liking? Beyond all expectations. Let's enjoy the evening. Talk to the members.
The web serves.
It's about time.
Lorna Lumirono. Let us know how we can be of service. Do you remember Theodora well? We never saw her in person. Tell me about Arbis. We're but a shadow of what was once a much more numerous clan. I'm looking for Naki Arbis. The ship archives mention several of your ancestors, but the one I need is a living person. We name our children in honor of the past heroes, Mattis and Naki Arbis, the twin founders of our family, a great warrior and a keeper of knowledge. Legend had it that a great future awaited bearers for those names. Every Mattis of Naki Arbis would add to the clan's renown. They would prove faithful assistance to any lord captain they served. Legends are just that, legends. It is not names that give people strength, but a faith inside their hearts. Is there currently anyone named Naki in your household? No, no one. For many years. Your son bears the name Mattis. What can I say? I have always wanted to raise a great person. Then why did you name your daughter Lorna and not Naki? Did you not want her to become great? I didn't. They did name daughter Naki. We did, but the Emperor took her from us. The Undying Emperor. You were followers of the Bloodspawn Web. No, Render and I, we always been stalwart in our faith. And we revered the Spinner's service, but their sacred path was too dark and frightening for us. We may not have understood the deeds of the Bloodspawn Web, but we never doubted the Spinners carried out his will. Or they gave their all to their duty. It's a heavy duty, but a true duty always is. Let us go ahead and sing all.
None shall stand in my way.
Lorna. Rono. Pressing down too hard on your quill, Lumi. Okay, next. Her shadow hangs over the younger Arabises. Unblinking gaze carefully studies the unfinished drawing. Grows gloomier still. Yo, look at the awareness. Look at the drawing. Succeeded. Four children. Your attention is drawn not to the fine lines and shading, but a sketch of a dark figure added in by a still more masterful hand. The dark shape in a portrait, you drew it in, did you not, Lorna? Who is it? Mother says Arbis clan has a secret guardian that protects us from the shadows. It would be unfair to draw all of but them. That is proper, that is honorable. Calm down. Let us frighten them no more.
A new challenge for me?
What now, Kibellah? Are there more of them? Mattis. Senior Lieutenant. Awareness test failed. $60-35. Do you believe yourself fit to serve on the flagship? I accept you into my service. Enough. Kibellah's cry brings the Arbis family back together. 6 alarmed faces, 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder like a fortress wall. And one lone grim figure opposite them. The shadow peers into their dark eyes, the same as her own. Their pale lips, the same as her own. She clenches her fists, ignoring the steel claws that pierce her palms. I know who Naki Arbis is. It's her. And so do I. Naki. Zioni Arbis looks at Kibellah with scarcely concealed fear. And I promise to the fucking God Emperor that I'm gonna kill Naki. And it's Kibellah. How could you keep something like that to yourselves? Lorna hugs her younger brother and sister. Naki Arbis is me. You lied when you said the Emperor had taken Naki. We did not lie. Few years before Lady Tidora sent our clan survivors to Dragonas, the Bloodspun Web Vizier came to our bay. He said the Emperor demanded the next firstborn of the Arbis clan. He needed a new spinner. 6 months later, we had twins, a boy and a girl, with eyes darker than darkness itself. You were born first, Naki. With sorrow and pride, we gave the Vizier our most precious treasure, for that is how one honors the God Emperor. And what were you thinking giving your daughter away to the dead cultists? It was for the Emperor. So, if I had been born a minute earlier, that animated corpse standing before you today would have been me. Why doesn't she remember anything? The ritual of releasing the burden. New Bloodspun Web recruits undergo it in order to forget their past and devote themselves to the Undying One, so that their souls do not suffer. Is your soul in pain? It only hurts because I never knew you all these years. We're here to settle our debt to the Undying One. We now have the name, the person, and the explanation. I know what must be done. So why do I feel pain from an unseen wound in my heart? Why am I for the first time in my life hesitant to sever a thread? All this time I've been wandering in a labyrinth of my mind, but the answer never came to me. What must I do, Domin? How do I end Naki Arbis? And then you can kill her family and that's how she's gonna get forgotten. You cannot kill your past. I will not kill. Must I follow my orders when my entire nature shrinks from it and my heart screams it's wrong? It's not my will. Report to Vizier. He forged me into a weapon and stained it with blood. He named a mark. He gave a mission. We must descend to the Temple of Death, where I'll report on my task and ask the Vizier a single question: why me? He will only to find one in Naki. My name is Kibellah. We need to go to Vizier. To the bridge first. It's probably gonna be a fight there with a blood-spawn web. She received a good amulet. Flat medic. Not amulet, it's trinket. Stacking medic. And kill. Don't know what she's gonna kill on stacks though. Mission that is everywhere. If I pray, will I get a buff again? Holy shit, every time when you pray you get a buff for resolve. Insane combinations. Temple of the Undying Emperor. Would be a fight. Argenta and Ulfar are great in combat. This changed.
I won't tolerate
There's a new
weakness.
confessor. I've never been here since the fight. Are you the new ship's confessor? They call me Confessor Zierman. Used to be the Master Helmsman I employ. Faction reputation with Imperial Navy.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Fragment of Cathedral of Eternal Redemption. Holy remains. Another prayer, fervent.
Victory
They did a
awaits.
bunch of stuff. They really added a bunch of stuff. I can buy the final upgrade for the ship as well.
It's about time.
How am I supposed to go to the Bloodspun web if it's not available when I want to traverse? You see what's available on this tree. That's the crypt. Compartment is not of the interest at the moment. I need to speak with Kibellah. And we're gonna TP there. Could be like that.
Take heed,
I'm ready.
Nemo. Come, Domin.
Some crazy shit is about to happen here. I know it.
Follow my lead.
Vizier and spinners. Bunch of spinners. Bunch of dead cultists. This is gonna be a fight. Kibellah, been hearing your footsteps for a long time, in his whispers. Domin, Lord of the Ark, it's good that you're here with her. It is right, the Undying One has blessed this union of light and shadow. You greet us in clad armor. Are you preparing for battle? Today is a special day. I only done this armor once before, when I was a second spinner. That day I ceased to be the second. but I remember the weight of the gold on my shoulders and chest through all the years since. You will understand, my daughter. You will understand soon. We'll learn about Kibellah's past. The Undying One congregation sacrifices the blood of its blood. That is how spinners are brought into this temple. Only those who would serve him of their own volition stay and spin the blood-spun web, as Kibellah did. Your words are dishonest. The ritual of releasing the burden erased me, made me hollow. What will my own, if I had, you took from me? My daughter, do you believe you have only served him because I set you on the thread of the web? Do you believe you have faith in him? You know that is not true. The path I walk is mine, and I thank you for setting me on it. She's cured. That's true. No longer do I see anguish in her soul. Second spinner, I'm ready to receive your report. Have you accomplished the task of the Undying One himself? Set you on. The task remains undone. I refuse to complete it. Condemning a life to oblivion is wrong for those who worship death. No one will hurt my family. No one will hurt me. Let the Undying One punish me if he so wills. That is one of the threads as well, my daughter. I understand you. A harrowing sacrament, a ruthless ritual. I'm relieved that it's nearing the end. Everything is coming together just as you revealed to me. Perfection has been sculpted. The affliction I nurtured has been vanquished. The choice has been made. So whence all the sadness, my daughter? What do you mean it's nurtured? Was it you who doomed Kibellah to her suffering? The Undying One laid the thread, and I served as guide. You snatched her from her family, do not call her your daughter. I was her family. I raised her and taught her. I gave her everything I had. Did I not, my daughter? You were my family mentor. You and the blood-spun web. I will not defile myself with a lie. You are cruel, Vizier. It's difficult to be cruel to someone you love. A great ritual. One revealed through a tarot. Kibellah will be the new vizier. Her journey to the Undying One and the choice she made will be reflected in the Bloodspun Web's new pattern. As for me, I will go to him, as I have long awaited. I'm not yet done all this you expect me to tell. The proper way this burden must be passed. This fight. We must summon death to these halls and glorify him. Did not demand yet another sacrifice from her vizier. Such was the Undying Emperor's will. It is unfair. Yes, for I am stronger than you, and my high spinners stand with me, those who swore an oath to protect me and not outlive me. And he too stands with me. His face will emerge out of mine, and may those you chose, when you set out along the threads of the web, your comrades, your domain, may they stand with you, fight with no regret. Farewell, my daughter, let us honor the Undying One.
Submit, and you'll die quickly!
Vizier is the final boss of the DLC. He moves to a random cell when he dodges. Any damage dealt to the Vizier will be avenged by allies that are still in combat. Bloodspun thread. For every ally alive, he receives less damage from warp and mend. So we need to kill slayers, spinners, and cultists. Oof!
All too easy. Absolutely not. Not a problem for me. I'll pass. Nothing I can't do. Already done.
High momentum.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
They're very resilient. Very, very resilient.
Isn't this a job for the servants?
Onward!
Whenever I damage Vizier, they're gonna play. So I can't touch the vizier.
If I may,
Thank you, motherfuckers.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline!
me.
Weather the storm! Follow my lead.
Bring deliverance.
Follow my lead.
I am a navigator, not a servant.
Break their morale!
Help me, Lord Captain! Isn't this a job for the Sir? If I may?
All too easy. Watch and learn! Nothing I can't do.
High momentum.
Vizier is close.
My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary desire condemns you. Request approved.
Isn't this a job for the Sirs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, let me die with grace, at least. If I may, another fur painted black.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak. Is a prayer. I refuse. As the Emperor...
As honor ordains, the shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. Trust me. I would that I could. As honor ordains. As the tenets demand.
Only the faithful will ascend.
shall become like fire.
Imagine if I didn't have that item on Argenta, insta one-shot him, man. They saved their ass. It will be a one-shot. Out of my face! Oh, you can't even hit him.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Look at him, dodgy motherfucker!
I'll do it.
I need to kill everyone
As
around.
the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
So it shall be.
What a fucking assholes.
Wolves reign! Give this task to someone lesser.
Goddamn fucking dodgy assholes.
So shall it be. The fame-hungry come. Cubs play. My instincts tell me to refuse.
Not a problem for me. Not my specialty. Suits my purposes. I don't have time for this. Already done.
The true believers will inherit.
Is that all you've got?
I had to move him away.
Me? Try to die with grace, at least. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
All too easy.
Percent.
Beyond the scion knows all, comprehends all. The scriptural probability analysis. Successful.
Fuck range.
Isn't this a job for the as duty demands? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Bitch.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Dodge this.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
You irritate the living shit out of me.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I will not. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. This is unacceptable. I refuse. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. For you, Emperor.
Oh, it can be Kibellah skill.
Trust me. I shall not fail. As honor ordains.
On Vizier. The poetry out of it, man. Don't be a stupid bitch.
The shadows will see it done.
Stupid bitch. Dodge is crazy on him.
I will not die in dishonor.
It's just fucking crazy.
I will not. I'll do it.
Open your eyes, or I'll open mine.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! That is not the Emperor's will.
Motherfucker. 5% chance to hit with a sniper. Man.
I shall not fear.
I'm gonna cook your ass.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Easy here. Nice fight. Irritating. I would make it like 100% harder than this. Would give him like at least 15 more units around. What is that shit?
Do you dare to look me in the eye?
Oh my god. The Undying Emperor. He uses the visions of death of liturgy ability targeting the furthest enemy. If there are multiple possible targets out of this, he will target the one with the highest percentage of wounds. He came to collect. The Undying Emperor will reduce the damage of the next successful attack against him by 100%. Dealing a small amount of mental damage to the attack. We start with ambush. And he keeps playing and playing and playing like there is no fucking tomorrow. I can't even see the amount of wounds on this idiot.
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Already done. Absolutely not. Suits my purposes.
He attacks the one that's furthest away from him, which means he's gonna attack Ulfar. As long as I don't get close with Ulfar. Or UTO.
All too easy. Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Nothing I can't do.
High momentum.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
But
If I may.
The sword that rises against me.
Isn't this a job for the servants? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Forge ahead!
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the servants?
here. That's too far. There she is. Using the searing fires of flames, the one life ability against the enemy dealt the largest amount of damage to him. Will reduce the damage of an successful attack against him by 100%, also doing a small amount of damage. Perfect. Just doesn't receive any damage, goddamn.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Pointless.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Completely pointless. Let's see with
I'll paint your death
Argenta.
in colors.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Yeah, oh man, she doesn't have heavy bolter under trauma. Unequipped. Hey!
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
that rises against me.
Faith without deeds is why I was chosen.
Strike me down, for I am
As the Emperor commands. Doubt is for the weak.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Trust me. As the tenets demand. There is only death, yours or mine. Trust me. As honor ordains. My blade whispers your name. Caught by the web, let your soul be purged.
If I may,
What the fuck? You for real? Are you?
Activate calculus theory algorithm. Request approved. Running binaric override. Request approved. My vow is to serve. Running binaric override.
does not bleed.
Switched to Blood Blessed. Does 2% more damage for each stack of Blood Blessed effect. It's in lethargy.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
What's with your fucking HP, you moron?
I'll do it.
I'm out of ammo. Hey!
Skitya! My Caramite hide is strong!
Trust me. As honor ordained. Caught by the web. The shadows will see it done.
That rises against me.
Of blood.
Dear God, he only sees Katya and no one else.
breathing navigator.
Death whisper your name.
too easy. Suits my purposes.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
My blade whispers your name.
Be careful not to touch my gaze.
Does not bleed.
I can see bright colors again. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
The hand that rises against me.
We need your aegis, O Emperor.
Request approved. Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
I need to do everything myself.
Well, he's out. Or not
Nothing I
yet.
can't do. Not a problem for me.
My vow is to serve. My frail organics require this.
It's about to play.
We function as one.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
With foes as your attendant.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
As honor ordains.
Strike me down.
Suicide arrow. Wolfar! You're alive!
Our foes reek of cowardice. succeeds. Wolves reign. None can do better than a warrior of the All-Father! My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Suits my purposes.
I am a navigator, not a servant. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
The hand that rises against me.
Already done.
Vulnerable son of a bitch.
As the tactical imperative dictates. System shutdown is premature.
Injuries will not slow me.
My competences are not that universal. Running binaric override.
My saga is nearing its glorious end.
Yeah, he keeps targeting Ulfar.
If I may.
The hand that rises against me. What is dead does not bleed.
Not a problem for me. All too easy. There's nowhere to hide.
Leave us.
You just one shot with me, man.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without...
We believe that you can defeat me.
I have to believe you, Ezreal. I have to believe.
Doubt is for the... Why I was chosen! I'll do it. Faith without... In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. is why I was chosen. I'll do it. For you, my Emperor! This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act.
The bones of the righteous and the wicked alike.
The vast debate is broken. Is part of the trial.
Just open the door. Food arrived. Be right back very fast. Who is left? Cassia and Pascalon.
Request approved. Integrity factor increased.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Request denied.
Got him quite low. Bleeding, bleeding. He was low. Nice. Don't tell me there's more. I guess that's the official end of the DLC. Very, very good DLC. It offered like 4 boss fights, 10 random fights, and so on. Very good DLC. Goddamn, bleeding killed him. Nice, on a first try. Nice. Bloody nice. You can't see his health, and it makes the fight tedious. Also, he's invulnerable for... If he plays like 6 times in a round, he's invulnerable like 4 times per round. You can only deal damage to him with 2 characters, basically. But I'm also sad that I did it on the first try. Should have been hard. Basically, this is double bosses. It's Vizier into the Emperor. Clad in the Vizier armor, Kibellah is staring at a spot where just a short time ago lay the body of the man who raised her. Her shoulders are shaking, her head hangs low, but no tears are to be seen, and no sobs come from behind her mask full of dark gold. Suddenly she throws her head back, and a desperate cry full of pain, fury, and regret echoes around the temple. This is not a Vizier, nor a spinner you see before you, just a daughter who's lost her father. Did I just see the God Emperor in the flesh? Was that how you saw the Vizier, Domin? You saw an image of death in him, but it was only an image. Fumes of the sacred intoxicant blessed our ritual, but what you saw and killed was a mere man. The undying does not come to the living, we come to him. That explains that you did not fight the God Emperor. How many games in 40k, how many anything that was created out of 40k where you get to see the God Emperor? Not to mention to fight against him. I believe none. They don't exist. What did the Vizier look like to you? Younger? The way he was when I first saw him. I was younger too. It was though we were facing each other in a training match like we used to. Did you have visions? All I saw was the old man himself, though he did quite a strength that is beyond mere mortals. Swift and deadly he was. He chose himself a good death, even if it was bleak. Everyone's seen this Vizier differently. A rogue trader as the God Emperor. Kibellah is in his younger version. Ulfar only saw him as an old man. Which makes sense, because Ulfar comes straight from the blood of the Emperor. Am I to call you Vizier now? I don't want to lose my name as my mentor lost his, but no spinner will ever speak it again, for I am the Vizier. Yet you are my domain and I am your shadow. Let me remain Kibellah to you at the very least. How are you doing? Tenants of the web teach us never to regret or hesitate. I could never have imagined that I would one day have to make a choice this painful. I did what had to be done. That does not quell the pain. I know he's the undying one hence. That does not soothe the grief. Actually, Kibellah killed the Emperor with bleeding at the end, even though she was dead. You've done your duty to the God Emperor. You immediately donned the Vizier armor. Is it helping you to embrace your new role? I think so, yes. The weight of your burden and decisions I must make on this day forth, my bird. What will become of the blood-spun web now? Change lies ahead. Traveling with you has given me many insights. We've been lurking in the shadows for too long. That was why we failed to prevent Nemesite crimes or foil the Abomination's plot. That was why we failed to protect Domin Theodora. And I will not let anything like that happen to you. The blood-spun web will stretch its threads from out of the shadows and absorb new blood. We will open the temple to those among our congregation who wish to serve the flagship and the Undying One. We will grow our numbers, we will train fighters, we will share the Enforcer's duty and fortify them with our skills. We will shun defending our grounds in confinement and go on the offensive. We will no longer be unseen guardians, but will become his soldiers, and yours, Domin. You defeated the vision of the Undying One. Bow now before your new vizier. What a fucking fight! Look at the amount of traumas, man. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 traumas. It was so fucking intense. Barely got it. And the reward is a bygone sorrow. 20 dodge and parry if you're not in cover. 45 armor, flat, light. For dodge. Gain action points and attacks per turn. If you got Blood Blast. Deals 20% more damage to targets. Whispering Mercy. Singing Retribution. All of that is the reward, by the way. Holy shit. I believe DLC is done. And people, it was a shorter stream today. Only 4 hours, but I woke up very early. So I'm gonna end earlier, and tomorrow we're gonna play longer. Next stream should be in around 16-17 hours from now. But again, it's gonna be longer. Would it change the boss depending on what? No, I doubt. They have the design for the boss. It's all about the Emperor, and it remains the same whether you're Hereticus or Iconoclast. I doubt you're gonna see it differently. It will be way too much. Because they would need to invent new mechanics as well. That would be like 3 bosses instead of 1. No, better say 3 different bosses at the end of the DLC. No, I doubt it. How long does the playthrough of the DLC take? I don't know how long it is. You got a bit of the DLC in Act 1, then in Act 2. Thanks for the follow. And you got in Act 4. Okay. I don't know how long it is combined. 15 hours, give or take, in total. I really don't know. I played fast. I haven't failed a single fight, so for me I guess it was shorter. But it's quite long, because it covers the entire campaign, basically. The DLC had like 4 or 5 huge bosses, and around 10 random fights. A lot of story as well. Even ship combat was introduced and so on, with those pirates and cultists and whatnot, different battles. It's good. It's a very good DLC. It adds depth to the game that was already big enough. Is it worth to play a new playthrough? Someone or the DLC? Yes, it is. Although, what I would recommend if you just finished the game recently, maybe chill out from the game for like 3-4 months until the next DLC is out, and then replay the game with extra content, okay? On top of this DLC, you'll have another one, and then you replay the game if you played it recently. Because you can get tired of the game, you know. 89 months ago, play. I thought you finished it like 10 days ago. You know, play. It's worth it. Different game than it used to be, especially like 8 or 9 months ago. Definitely a far better game than it used to be. You can easily play now. The game is just brilliant right now with the DLC. It's really brilliant. The only thing that annoys me is the difficulty. Because really, for unfair, I would say currently, unfair is like daring. It doesn't feel like unfair. They need to balance this shit out, like at least 100-200% bigger stats on enemies instead of nerfing classes, archetypes, companions. They have to buff enemies. Really unfair feels like daring, and probably daring would feel like a story mod for me. I can't even imagine how the story mod feels like. But again, if it's unfair, I expect to die for like 5 hours here when I'm fighting the God Emperor, and then to win, you know, to use every single consumable, to switch builds and whatnot, items to prepare for the fight, and barely survive the fight like I survived now. But this is the first try without preparations, without anything. But anyways, it was great. Great. There were like at least 5 fights in the DLC that are much better than most of the fights in the main campaign. Like, maybe the DLC doesn't need a buff on enemies, because enemies are bulky on the DLC, but the main campaign, now with all of this excess experience, okay, main campaign, enemies need to be like 100, I would put them 200% stronger, because now you overscale all of those enemies, and it's usually 1 round fight. If you know what you're doing, it's a 1 round fight. People, the choices matter in the game. Of course they do. You got a bunch of different endings, bunch of different outcomes. You can kill every single companion. Depends what you decide to go with Dogmatic, Hereticus, or Iconoclast. They matter. Everything matters that you do. And that's why you can have multiple runs easily. People, we're gonna continue tomorrow in 16-17 hours from now. I really woke up early and I'm dead tired. I wanna play fresh. And it's gonna be a longer stream tomorrow. For tonight, that's gonna be it. I wish you all good night. Thanks for watching. And see you back soon.